Che canti? È questo? Forse è il caso che aspettiamo un attimo.
Esatto, c'è quello il silenzio prende la contesta.
A proposito di improvvisazione.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to all of you who are present in the audience room, those in the other room next to this one, and of course, all those following us in the streaming. And of course, I'd like to welcome all the presenters. We will talk today about the future of transport that will be safer and safer and more respectful of the environment. These are the macro areas of the Sea Roads project, a co-financed project co-financed by the European Union and, of course, supported by the Minister of Sustainable Mobility and Infrastructure and, of course, implemented by Brenner Motorways. And this based on, indeed, the innovation in technology, and there will also be a prototype, so you will have the opportunity, maybe you can do it during the coffee break, you will see at the entrance a prototype of the vehicle to just closely see what this is all about. Then please, if you need any further information, you can ask to the communication office of Brenner Motorway. We will start with the first presenter, and we are talking about Maurizio Fugatti, that is the president of the autonomous province of Trento. We talk about technology. We will have connection via streaming. We will have video contributions. And then we start with the councillor Daniel Alfreider, who is competent in transport and mobility, vice president of the province of Bolzano. So, Councillor Vice President of the province of Bolzano, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And then, of course, congratulations for this very interesting meeting. I'd like to then thank the organizers for having organized this meeting, and of course the Ministry and the European Commission that support this initiative. And for years, we have been watching this increase in the mobility sector and transport sector. and this both on road and on railways. And we're here in Trento. That is one of the core axes in Europe. So this is one of the main artery connecting the Mediterranean area and North Europe. And these of course, it's very important, thanks to the initiative over the last few decades in improving both roads and railways. And this has always been a fundamental topic for the three countries being connected, Italy, Germany, and Austria, but of course also for the other regions involved. And of course, we are very much connected and we are all involved within this important connecting road. I'm very happy, we're all very happy and pleased to see that Italy and the Ministry of Italy has presented very brave plans in terms of sustainable mobility, in terms of transport and sustainable transport. We have seen there is a great support towards new investments, especially in this important north-south axis. As far as we are concerned, on our side, the small contribution we are able to provide will give our best, 100% of our efforts to support these initiatives on the part of the state, of the ministry, and the European Commission that has been supporting our initiatives, not only financially, but also under an organizational point of view. When we talk about traffic, we often talk about problems, we talk about traffic jam, we talk about queues. But today, we will have the possibility, thanks to this meeting, where we will be made aware of new systems and new solutions for the future, logistics solutions on the part of organizations and companies in charge of infrastructures to guarantee mobility. And we have been seeing this in some actions undertaken by various entities. And so this is the idea of providing feasible solutions to guarantee mobility, to guarantee a free flow of traffic, and then also guaranteeing a low emissions mobility, so a more sustainable indeed mobility. I'd like then to actually make an invitation to all the stakeholders to have a sharing between Verona and München, so that this could be a pilot project to demonstrate how mobility can be managed in a more sustainable way. Already 10 years ago, we presented this idea of this new corridor, the digital Brenner Green Corridor, where Brenner Motorway has a fundamental role. So we really support, under a political way, any initiative that can be promoted to improve not only the free flow of traffic, but also a more sustainable traffic. So on our side, of course, and also on the part of our president, we would like to give you our best wishes and hoping that there will be always a cooperation between the ministries, the European Commission, and infrastructure operators and managers together with the transport company and the entire logistics sector, so that we all could provide a strong and valuable contribution to improve mobility, to improve trade exchange in a more sustainable way between Northern Europe and Southern Europe. So we have a responsibility, we have a role for this connection between these countries, also under a cultural point of view. So I wish you good work, and I'd like to thank all the people being present. Thank you for participating in this meeting, and then a good work to all of us so that we may make this transport corridor more sustainable for next generations. So thank you very much. And then so we thank the councillor of the province of Bolzano and vice president, and he will be connected with us to follow the meeting. Since we talk about Brenner Motorway, we then welcome and greet the top management of A22, the president of Brenner Motorway, Hartmann Reichhalter. Thank you very much. I'd like to warmly welcome you, all of you, at this very important meeting of CITS Roadshow that we have the pleasure to present you. And I'd like to start with something that could be probably look a little bit awkward. I'd like to tell you something that in 1905, Mr. Meyer, a physician, then asked the mayor of Casterrotto, that is where I have been living since I was born, to ask for the authorization to be the first one to use the so-called new vehicle. The mayor then asked the city council, and then they decided to forbid the use of this new technology because the roads were not ready. The bridges cannot support the weight and vibration, and the walls of the gallery cannot support and withstand the vibration of this new technology. And that physician insisted, and every year he asked for an authorization. After 7 years, he then gave the task to an engineer from Bolzano to check the roads, the bridges, and galleries from Val di Sarco to Casterrotto. And after a positive outcome of this check, he finally could use his vehicle to reach more quickly his patients, so to give care to his patients. So I'm wondering, after over 100 years, our trucks on our motorways, our cars and vehicles, are those carriages drawn and towed by horses? And do they need new technology? This is the question mark. And I believe that one of the answers to such questions we should pose to ourselves will be given by the CEO of Sea Roads Italy 3, which is part of a European program whose aim is to develop intelligent transport systems. And we do need these ITS that are necessary, because we have seen also during this month of August, when we can indeed ascertain that we have had an economic recovery of economic life and also our social life. There has been an increase in traffic, but we're also seeing that this traffic does not always have a free flow. And also today, we need these technologies. And that's why A22 is very proud to be the lab for these technologies for the future. And it is not by chance that A22 is involved. And the A22 motorway crosses starting from the Brenner, going southwards through very narrow valleys. And we're very close to cities and towns and small villages. And unfortunately, they then don't see us not only as a benefit given indeed by the construction of our very nice motorway, but now we also have those telling us that we produce noise, that we actually produce hazardous gases. So that is, and they actually are an hazard for our health, and they tell us that we have a very heavy environmental impact. So we need to actually meet these challenges through research projects. And so now we can say that we have been working in this direction, and we did very well in actually starting this project. And I can tell you, and I'm very proud to say this, that A22, since 2001, so over 20 years, we have always been participating in European programs for research and innovation, over 10 projects, and we're very proud of this. And this is a reason of great satisfaction for us. And I can congratulate for the latest developments, especially at the level of the European Union, where with the Green Deal, a great task has been given to actually implement healthy and clean technology for our citizens. So I really would like to congratulate with the Italian government that with this new national plan for recovery and resilience actually introduce important measures for road transaction as a digitization and environmental measures. And I'd like to congratulate with the two provinces of Trento and Bolzano, because they support us very much, and they are important partners in these research projects and in our commitments that we have undertaken in order to have a very feasible technology for future requirements. And I also congratulate with other public sponsors and partners who really and always rely on us to look for technological solutions, and also our private partners and sponsors that support us with great energy and great efforts. And I'd like to thank the European Union for the contributions and funds they have given to start these important projects. And I'd like to thank the Ministry, first of all, the Minister for Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility. Already the name of this ministry is a good sign, is a very positive sign towards the future in order to have an optimistic vision of the future. And we also would like to thank our motorway and non-motorway partners that have participated in this Sea Roads Italy 3. And it's a great pleasure on my side to thank Carlo Costa, that is the coordinator, assisted by Ilaria De Biase. And please really clap your hands for this compartment and for their great work. And I also would like to finish with Francis Baker, Francesco Baccone, who lived in the era of the Queen Elizabeth, and since he had to get married 3 times to have the funds to perform indeed his scientific research, he gave an important suggestion, because the condition for any progress is in the elimination of human error. So human errors. So I really would like to encourage all of us today, tomorrow, and in the future to participate in order to eliminate human errors as much as possible on our roads, on our motorways. And the more we will be able to invest in innovation and research, so the greater the benefits we will obtain in changing our life. I'm very convinced of this, and I hope you are also convinced.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for carrying us through this journey from the past to the future. And also thank you for your cry for help and your words of hope. Now, the president of ISCAP and the general manager of AIL22. ISCAP is an association of all Italian highway operators and authorities. I'd like to echo the president in thanking the authorities who are present in the room, and also I'd like to acknowledge the sponsors and the participants. So, at long last, I see quite an attendance in the room after 1.5 years where there was no social contact. I'm so happy to see such a large turnout. So we are going back to the new normal. So I guess that most of you have reached Trento through the highway. You know, the exit is very close to our location. So Trento Nord is just around the corner. So I'm sure you've taken the highway. And when we take the highway, we notice how many trucks are circulating. So the trucks are so many that they may be a nuisance sometimes, because sometimes there is one lane which is constantly occupied by trucks, especially on work days. However, let's expand our vision and ask ourselves, how come there are so many trucks? Brenner is right in the middle of Middle Europa, Germany on one side. Germany has long been the leading industrial country in Europe, and also Italy, with an industrial system that is still very powerful, because in Europe, Italy comes second, just rise after Germany, and France, Spain, and the UK are faring badly as compared. So this is a very important communication area that makes it possible for the integrated production system to go on like this. So roads, especially highways, and especially Autobrennero, is playing a key role for the good operation of trade. So this is a strategic point nationally and internationally. We are all aware of that. You see how many trucks are in circulation, and we know that this corridor is the main connection between the Middle Europa and the Mediterranean Sea.
Un piccolo problema senza conseguenze fisiche o tecniche. Bene, risolto allora. Allora, dicevo che abbiamo questa consapevolezza tutti.
So, as I said, we are all aware that this corridor is key, and most Italian import and export goes exactly through this corridor. There is a full awareness now, but this hasn't been the case necessarily. If we go back 2 decades ago, when the Italian highway network was designed and the minister was Mr. Romita, no highway was ever foreseen in the area where Autostrade Venete was built, because we were considered to be quite marginal or peripheral, so underdeveloped areas. So there was no strategic need for international cross-border cooperation, connection. But then today's partners stepped in. They were visionaries, so they saw the need in this area that was still very poor, And so they said to themselves that the government does not pay enough attention to us. We will address the question and build our own highways using the local resources. So this was a vision, this was a far-sightedness that has become part of our DNA. A couple of years ago, a project was introduced that we called Green Corridor, based on two key pillars. Green Corridor means that a communication is built with no emission and no accidents possible, no emissions. It requires vehicles or trains that are emission-free. How can you do that? You can use a technology that's become a very common, electric vehicles fueled by storage batteries, the electric recharging units that are present across the highway. So this usage is free of charge in A22. And also talking about zero emission, there is a far-sighting project going on that is the use of hydrogen-fueled cars or vehicles. The first factory that has ever done that is IT, based in Bozen. And this production has been underway since 2014. Renewables and water are used for fueling hydrogen-fueled vehicles. And like electric ones, there are no batteries, and the travel range is very high. We are trying to promote this offer to make sure that many may join in throughout Italy and in our highway in particular. Green Corridor also pursues no accidents. How do you get there? Most accidents are human-related. How can you fix that? You can do it through technologies. So today you have seen some prototypes by Iveco downstairs, truck platooning, interconnected vehicles. They embody the future. These are interconnected vehicles that are technology regulated. There is a communication with the vehicles and infrastructures, so no human errors are possible. And as a result, the second goal is made possible. This is a very fascinating technology that will be discussed later on. Why am I saying all that? Because this is very current. This is very topical nationwide. As the chairman said, the national central government has introduced a new plan. There are 6 points that are covered by this new government plan. We know that the resources are very large, available to us, even more after the Second World War. So there's going to be huge funds available to us. 6 items are covered by the new plan, and 3 have to do with the highways. The so-called ecological transition that is also part of the green corridor, so electric fuel, hydrogen, no emission, and railways. Then digitalization, which is the main subject of today's conference, and intermodality. that is the conversion or the passage from road to rail. This is common not only to Autovie. Indeed, we've started a long time ago. However, they will become the very center of the Italian highway system through ISCAT. So we are going to bring about a technological breakthrough that's going to be life-changing. So in closing, let me make another final point. Highways were invented in Italy. 1926, Milan and Como Lake and Maggiore Lake. So other innovations were established in Italy, such as the bridge rest areas and also tutor systems, the speed limit checks. So we are cutting edge. Italy years ago was not doing very well initially in terms of highway coverage, but today things are changing. So the existing network hasn't been updated and put into line with the ongoing development. In Germany and France, the mileage has been largely increased. On the contrary, that's why we couldn't catch up. We have to go beyond this setback of not creating new highways. Today we have many priorities. Thanks to technologies and in particular digitalization, we can use the same mileage. We don't have to use new areas, new pathways. So the priority is digitalization and new technologies, because this makes it possible to accommodate more vehicles. We should increase the capacity of vehicles and making highways safer, no accidents possible. And the third goal is to improve travel time. So these are the aims we are pursuing in order to carry through this revolution that is also covered by the Italian plan for development and resistance. So the revolution is just around the corner. I'm particularly happy to be with you today to introduce the conference about this project, a very enticing one. So we have a chance to open up to the future. So I'm sure you have seen the Iveco trucks downstairs. You've seen truck platooning. That's a new technology that's going to be implemented. And over 300,000 kilometers have been covered already. So it is the distance between Earth and Moon. So the future is there. I'd like also to acknowledge and thank all the stakeholders, first of all, the sponsors, European authorities that made this project possible at all. And also, I'd like to thank our co-workers. Autovie has devoted 10,000 working hours to this project. We feel it is part of our mission, which is meant for the future. Thank you so much. Now, the future is today. The managing director made it very clear. Now, since we're talking about new technologies, we're going to send a video message. This person would have liked to be with us, but of course it was not possible for him. Pat Cox, who is the coordinator of the Scandinavia Europe corridor, connecting Europe Express. This is a train that goes through Europe, and conferences and meetings are being held in the train cars about relevant themes for the purpose of find answers to a very challenging future. Now let's listen to this video message.
Good morning. I regret that I'm not free to join you in person today, but I am pleased to have this opportunity to add my words of welcome to you in Trento this morning at the CITS Roadshow 2021. This is especially so in my role as coordinator of the Scandinavian Mediterranean TEN-T corridor, as part of which your city and region are key strategic partners and stakeholders. This gathering of government at national and regional levels, in cooperation with the EU, a gathering also of road operators, original equipment manufacturers, telecommunications specialists, police and logistics experts, speaks to the diverse universe of skills and actors, the essential foundations upon which the CITS system is being built. I wish to acknowledge the excellent progress which has been made in the past 4 years. As we all know, transport stands on the threshold of its most profound transformation since the horse and carriage was replaced by the internal combustion engine, and modernizing and transforming our road infrastructure has a vital contribution to make to this process. We live in an increasingly connected world, thanks to 4G and 5G wireless technology, the availability of cloud-based solutions, and satellite navigation systems. The challenge and the genius of the EU's CITS program is to exploit these systems and to seek to integrate them in a systematic and coherent way, with the aim of delivering a pan-European operational model and system. The Scandinavian Mediterranean corridor alone, one of 9 such TEN-T corridors, extends over 7 member states: Malta, Italy, Austria, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Norway in the EEA. This demands that any intelligent systems design must be harmonized based on agreed technical specifications, it must be interoperable, and it must be scalable. Interoperability without borders is the fundamental key to the ultimate successful rollout of CITS systems on a truly European scale. That is why the enormous body of detailed work undertaken to date through the different national pilot projects that are harmonized and interoperable has earned and deserves recognition, praise, and support. CITS, when fully deployed, is a gift that we keep giving in terms of efficiency, safety, and environmental gains. Speaking, if I may, of a more local and, as we know, politically sensitive issue, I would express the hope here today that an early, comprehensive CITS rollout could help resolve challenges in relation to flow management of heavy goods vehicles across the Brenner. While today is focused on the role of CITS on roads, I think as TEN-T coordinator, it is important for me also to stress that we need to develop much greater data flows, not just on our roads, but also between our roads and other modes of transport. The better to integrate our transport systems in this era of enhanced connectivity and deeper environmental consciousness. So thank you very much for your invitation and for your attention, and my best wishes to you for an excellent meeting.
Ringraziamo allora anche per il...
Thank you very much, Pat Cox. So next time we expect to meet him on the train. Let's introduce Pierpaolo Tona, head of a sector. We are talking about Executive Agency for Climate Infrastructure and Environment of the European Commission. Pierpaolo, you have the floor. Thank you. I'm going to speak Italian. My slides are in English. I was asked to speak Italian because most participants are Italians. I'm glad to do that. I apologize with international colleagues who are connected, but I'm sure they will be able to follow my presentation. Connecting Europe facility. This is what I'm going to talk about, CEF. The goal is to create the European network that was alluded to in the field of transportation, energy, and digital. I will show you how CEF has helped ITS deployment and the CITS. Now, so the point of view of the Brussels-based agency, there is a growing interest for ITS in recent years in TNT program in the period 7 through 13. That is the previous term. There were 13 ITS actions, 275 million EU funding. In the CEF product, 54 actions and over $500 million funds for ITS projects. This proves that there is a growing interest by the member states and highway authorities and the car makers. There is a growing interest for ITS, and the European funds are responding properly. This growth affects in particular CITS. Within TNT, just 2%. In CEF, 39% of funds were devoted to CITS, and half of projects or even more. So the cooperative systems are mature, and that's the reason they are market ready. And that's why we're going to discuss mobility of the future, but also mobility of the present day. We have been waiting such a long time to witness to this. And Sea Roads Italy is making these technologies easily available. Now, the Sea Roads platform, you will know it. It is a member state initiative. It's independent of European institutions. I'm not suggesting that it would have never been initiated without CEF. However, CEF has supported it largely, and it helped the development and the success of the Sea Road platform. 2015, second CEF call for proposal. Sea Road was funded by 8 member states, and 8 grant agreements. That's December 2016. Before the C-Road platform was proven to be successful, the Commission endorsed it. You can see both the Commissioner and Dirk Becker, who is the director of the agency. They have signed the development of the platform. Then, 1 year later, so the member states have become twice as many. Italy also joined in. Here you can see the Transport Commissioner and the Director Packers. This is the family picture with the representatives of the member states. And the last CEF call included Ireland and Greece, in addition to other C-Road projects by the existing member states. So this is the past. We are not wearing a mask. All that led to a number of grant agreements, 24. They reflect a number of initiatives. They are geographically disseminated in the member states, 18 member states. So senior agency is usually concerned with individual projects. For instance, if an agreement is respected or not. Now we have another role. We are responsible for ensuring the consistency of the 24 agreements and make sure that harmonized results are obtained. This special role by the SINEA is reflected by the very loop of the structure of the C-Roads platform. The steering committee meets 4 times a year in Brussels. So we play an exceptional support role. Another proof of this support is the decision to include the CITS stations in a 10 Tech Map Viewer. This is a platform that is owned by the European Commission. It shows European corridors and the different implementations. There is one layer, CITS stations, showing that the cooperative systems are there. They have been deployed already. Here you can see a screenshot of the CITS stations in the Trento area. There is a link if you want to play with it. It is amusing because you can click on each symbol of CITS stations and see who is the owner of the station and which services are provided. So CEF has been largely discussed in terms of economic provider in particular. However, it's not only financial benefit. There are some add-ons that we have seen and were mentioned to us. The first is the larger scale and the quicker deployment. Cooperative systems would have hit the market anyway without European funds, but much later. Then there are no barriers, geographical and technical, operational barriers. Direct benefits for all road users, and not only for the project recipients. And also invitation for a concrete cross-border cooperation that has led to many success stories between Italy, France, Germany, and Europe and Austria. Now, this is my last slide. It concerns CEF2. This is the next period. CEF2 has been adopted by the Council and the European Parliament in July. They put pen to paper, so to speak. So there are 3 points. The first is that the focus is on connected mobility, smart, safe and secure mobility. That's the focus of the facility. These are priorities, and so ITS is a priority. Second point, the budget. At the time of economic crisis, CEF has increased and enlarged its budget at 26 versus 33 billion in CEF 1 and 2. Here is the breakdown, 25 for transportation to be spent over 7 years. And then 40% of the so-called general envelope, the blue area, 30% of cohesion envelope is earmarked for horizontal priorities, including ITS, soft infrastructures. So a better use of existing infrastructures. Because there is some resistance to the idea of increasing the number of roads, so funds are made available for upkeeping of the existing roads and highways. This is just to remind you that in innovation and an executive agency has been renamed CNEA to reflect the priorities of a Green Deal, CEF and Horizon, Euron and other products such as Life are taking care of ourselves that show that what the priorities of the Commission are. Thank you.
So we'd like to thank Pierpaolo Tona and, of course, the entire CINEI. And then we go back to the streaming connection. We have a new presenter, Federica Polce, who is a manager of the development of the network of transport. She's from the Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, Engineer Polce, and the word to you. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to represent the Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility in this event because the Ministry has a key role because they are the coordinator of the various initiatives of the presenters that talk before me, especially Pierpaolo Tona, who illustrated some national initiatives, both related to CITS and others. And I'd like to thank the organizers of this event that was also postponed in time due to the COVID emergency. So the pandemics-related situations, and I'm very happy that we are able to see this initiative with a lot of people being present so that we're able to resume physical interconnectivity. I have a power presentation to show you and give you an overview of the national initiatives in relation to the role the ministry has within the implementation of this CITS for sustainable mobility. And I like then to share the observations that have already been made. That is the need to introduce within the strategic priorities of our minister also a digital and environmental transition, meaning the implementation of the new plan of recovery and resilience in these sectors, and also support all other financial initiatives, including CEF, that have supported these projects for decades, because the initiative was starting from the implementation of a platform of ITS that was the European CEF platform that was back to several years ago, and then they also introduced a cooperative ITS. I'm very proud to make this presentation, and like to thank everybody, especially those operators from the ministry that made it possible to organize this event that is not only focused on future initiatives but also concrete results, because we're talking about systems to the service of mobility that become a reality, and then we are able to understand the benefits of all this for the future. So I'd like to thank road operators, service provider, components manufacturers, logistics operators, and other public institutions such as the traffic police, the Ministry of Interiors, and the universities that have scientifically supported the development of these initiatives, and then also companies that, thanks to their project management, have made it possible to carry out these projects in compliance with the various European Union requirements. So I'd like then to give you an introduction about the intelligent transport systems. Next slide, please. So a brief introduction. I believe that you are aware of what we are talking about. There's intelligent transport systems that are based on an interaction between information, technology, communication, multimedia, and make it possible to tackle public and private mobility problems. So this evolution we have had in the field of technological development made it possible to manage this transport system in an intelligent way and to meet the various needs by both operators and users as well. So intelligent transport systems are indispensable tools also in urban areas. And in the evolution of our three projects that we will see, we see that the third project and also the second project, we have focused our attention on urban and metropolitan areas in order to extend this possibility of harmonizing these cooperative systems, therefore contributing to the concrete realization of integration and connection between these services within the 10T networks and the 910T corridors, such as the coordinator Pat Cox has just reminded. Next slide, please. So the intelligent transport systems, a brief overview of a definition of these intelligent transport systems that made it possible to have a communication between infrastructures and vehicles or between vehicles. And through this implementation, it is possible to share information between infrastructure managers and users, vehicle users, to coordinate the various transport and the various movements. And the ministry has a central role in managing these infrastructures in the final and official way through the Smart Road Decree, identifying three important aspects. So there's digitization of road infrastructure and testing of automated and connected driving vehicles, identifying function specification, and also through the identification of a promoter that has a priority role with this technical observatory. And this is in addition to our Italian projects. So the Italian projects are called Sea Roads Italy. So from the European Platform Zeros, we take the name so that we are able to coordinate with the 17 member states the realization of the services. We have said that we have 3 projects that in the 2014-2020 period have been recognized to receive funds from Europe, and so they are co-financed by the European Commission and coordinated by our General Direction of the Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructures and Mobility. And then here we mention the fact that within the CEF program that provides huge opportunities for the development of the TEN-T infrastructures, we have achieved these important results, and the project portfolio includes 120 initiatives in Italy with an investment as a whole of about 4.5 billion. So with about 1.7 billion European contribution, and this at the moment, what is Italy doing? And we have the zeros Italy 2 and 3, 38 million for 17 million as co-financed from Europe. So this has allowed us to make it in a quicker way, so to realize the services in a quicker way. And hopefully, and this is an invitation to all operators of the sector, so that the CEF initiative starts from the sector operators that promote new infrastructures within the new regulations adopted on 7th July 2021 for the next 7 years, 21-27, in addition to the Next Generation EU tool with 33 billion euros for the new 7-year period, and many of these dedicated to transport system, about 25.8 million, and we can reach about 12.8 billion. Because one part can be used by those countries eligible for the cohesion fund. So we're waiting for the priorities and the publication, the first call of this program, so that we may be able to seize all the opportunities offered by this new tool also for this sector. So the European scenario says there's a European Zeros platform, 70 member states plus Norway, and the objectives are to define functional, technical, and organizational requirements to ensure interoperability and harmonization at a European level. And from the map, you see more or less a distribution of how these platforms will be spread out. So our companies and executive agencies participate together with the Zeros platform in 2 working group evaluation assessments, and then the harmonization of urban CITS. And so our initiatives are then shared with all the other stakeholders of the European platform. Here we see the temporary positions of our 3 initiatives. So one will be finished this year, and the other 2 will continue until 2023, and the various areas of intervention illustrated in next map, which is indeed this one, identifying indeed the companies and executive agencies. The geographical location is then shown in this other slide, and here we can see how dense the intervention area has been for this project. So we have 3 Italian motorway operators, Brenner, Autovie Venete, and CAV, and we have these 87 roadside units installed on 378 kilometers in order to have this exchange of information between infrastructures and vehicles. So the purposes and objectives. Initially, it was to test and implement the so-called Day 1 and Day 1.5 services, so cooperative systems based on V2X technologies, so all exchange of information between all the parts involved, and these to be done in real traffic conditions in the following applications. So track platooning, and then highway chauffeur, that is a kind of automated driving on highways. So this has involved an upgrade of the road infrastructures and the integration of CITS services into the logical vehicle control architecture. So all these installations based on an international cooperation have been carried out in a harmonized way in order to guarantee interoperability of services for end users. In this slide, you see a list of services and technologies that have been implemented within our projects, and I also like to conclude mentioning a cross-border initiative that I will now show you in next slide. So this is a cross-border test with Austria. So in order to actually test the continuity of the reception of Day 1 services without differences for the driver in terms of in-vehicle notifications. And through the use of the cloud and roadside units, it was possible to identify the position of the vehicle and begin sharing information on the active events on the route where the vehicle is located. I hope I've given you an overview on national projects in order to introduce what next steps will be for us. As we know, there is this continuation of these three projects. There is a continuous work between member states, industry, European Commission, public authority, and managers in order to actually find common solutions to remove the various bottlenecks and that have been identified along the European network. And I'd like to confirm that digital technologies are indeed one of the most important drivers of this process. And indeed, these are among the strategic priorities of the MIMS, so the Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructures and Mobility, in order to introduce the concept of sustainability since the very beginning, since the design of works, and also introduce and reinforce the safety of infrastructure. So I believe that cooperative intelligent transport systems are key to increasing safety and also tackle the growing problems of emissions and also congestion that have a strong impact on our European network. So thank you for the attention, and then I will talk to you again in the final conclusion to give some final remarks at the end of the works, and I hope you will continue very well in your contributions. Thank you very much.
Ringraziamo la dottoressa.
Thank you, Mrs. Polce. She will be back at the end of the meeting to draw conclusions. The ministry believes in this project a lot that involves 17 European countries plus Norway, and it also involves Russia. Why am I saying this? Because we have a Russian delegation with us. We are very glad about that. The Vice President, Senior Vice President of the Managing Director of the State Highway Association, Автодор. Now, let's give him a big hand. And there is going to be an interpreter from Russian. Before giving him the floor, we'd like to greet and applaud the Director of Investment of Strategic Planning, Makiev Konstantin. And for the Russian investment agency, Vasilieva Margarita, Managing Director. Now, Mr. Vice President, you have traveled extensively to be with us. Yes, I did. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Vatizurian. I'm a Vice President of the Managing Direction of the State Society Автодор. Today, our company is responsible for 3,700 highways. Today, our 3,700 and 1,800 are toll highways. We are setting up a new project. We are building the Moscow-Kazau highway, 1,200 kilometers. We have started building this highway this year, and is expected to be finished by 2024. The goal of this visit is to learn from you, to learn from you about your technologies and implement them in the Russian highway network. We are open to dialogue, to new contacts, new leads. We are aspiring to new initiatives and technologies to be taken back our home and be implemented in our network. And let me thank the organizers of this Sea Roads meeting for having us here, for inviting us. This sector is so important for us. We want to develop similar technologies in Russia as well. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for inviting us. Thank you.
Grazie alla vicepresidente.
Thank you, Vice President. And of course, we expect your invitation card in 2024 for the opening of the highway. Now, a video, a film. The project was tested by road users, people who are not skillful enough, and in order to learn from them. And a couple of months ago, some road users were questioned at the end of the test. They have covered the strength, the length between Trento and Rovereto, and we have simulated obstacles, slowdown, accident, slippery road, and a building site. Let's hear from them.
Diamo un voto all'esperienza che hai vissuto da 1 a 5.
Beh, 5 direi.
Com'è andata?
Molto bene, devo dire, è la prima volta che provo un sistema distribuito applicato all'automotive e l'ho trovato molto interessante, vedo già diverse applicazioni e le cose che si possono fare a livello di sicurezza e altri ambiti,
È stato molto interessante capire come si sta attrezzando l'industria automobilistica, ma anche quella delle infrastrutture, per capire come si può migliorare il sistema sia dal punto di vista ambientale che dal punto di vista dei rischi incidentali.
Penso che possa essere molto utile per migliorare la sicurezza stradale, e perché appunto col fatto di riuscire a ricevere messaggi su ciò che c'è parecchio più avanti, e i tempi di reazione anche possono essere agevolati da questi avvisi.
La tecnologia si unisce a un mondo quotidiano che è quello delle vetture, a cui non siamo abituati a vedere veicoli intelligenti, comunicazioni intraveicolari. È tutto molto bello.
Sei giovanissimo, quanti anni hai?
18.
Un'auto così la vorresti guidare anche nei prossimi anni, non solo al test?
Esatto, direi di sì.
Senti, cosa ti è piaciuto oggi?
Ti fa capire nuove tecnologie, dove si potrebbe arrivare sfruttando al massimo questi appunto strumenti che ci sono, però mi piacerebbe anche vederle più avanti come si sviluppano,
Beh, poi la tua generazione è sicuramente molto affine alle nuove tecnologie, immagino che tu oggi ti sia sentito a tuo agio.
Sì, quello mi sono sentito molto a mio agio a vedere queste nuove tecnologie in atto. Comunque ho notato che è tutto alla fine in mano comunque al pilota, quindi c'è comunque quel controllo.
Diciamo che a me è interessato abbastanza capire anche i dati, come venivano utilizzati, però mi è stato assicurato che i dati, che la macchina è intelligente, l'automobile è intelligente solo nella misura in cui è protettiva nei nostri confronti, e qual era il grado di autonomia del guidatore, anche nei casi di semipericolo che abbiamo affrontato. Mi è sembrato di capire che comunque sono tutte metodologie che tendono a costruire dei percorsi di protezione nei nostri confronti, quindi mi è sembrata un'esperienza interessante nonostante il mio spirito critico nei confronti di certe cose.
La cosa che mi ha colpito di più è la parte di gestione sulla sicurezza, quindi sul fatto della problematica dell'avvicinamento verso la macchina. Era più interessata la parte dei camion, a capire a mantenere la distanza, quindi a me interessava capire come gestiscono le distanze, perché tante volte si è disattenti, non si vede la distanza.
Ecco, e su questo che cosa hai capito?
Il radar interviene quando sei vicino, lui prima 400-500 metri, vede già che c'è un rallentamento, c'è un incidente, c'è un qualcosa, quindi si ferma prima, ti avvisa prima, anticipa la frenata brusca, che è quello che capita in autostrada.
Penso che sia una cosa molto molto importante avere il futuro per la sicurezza dei nostri utenti della 22 e di tutte le autostrade per l'Italia. E speriamo che venga in atto presto questa tecnologia per la sicurezza di tutti.
I nostri utenti hanno
Our users have tested this project using Maserati and the Iveco truck. So you can take a look at the two prototypes, Maserati and Iveco. Now we shall break for coffee, 10 minutes.
Di nuovo ben trovati.
So, welcome back after the break. We then speak again about today's meeting on Sea Roads, a project that has already been presented to you in the first opening session. And now the session is more of a technical session, which is indeed something that we start with Carlo Costa, engineer from Brenner Motorway. Thank you very much. And first of all, good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today because I believe that the times before a revolution are times of silence, but now no more silence, thanks to this Sea Roads initiative that I believe will change in an unexpected way all of our lives, so the life of all of us in the next few years. And as you see, starting from over 100 years, we still use carriages and horses, and the pathway was apparently short to come to what the mobility is. But compared to what will happen, it's going to be then it was a long pathway because we started from initiatives that changed the way of moving, both for goods and people. Think about the Brenner here, that when it was possible then to overcome the Alps in an easy way so that Monaco, Frankfurt could be connected with Rome or Taranto. And so the prospects, the perspectives really changed with respect to the union of the European countries, because mobility is a way to unite people. But until a few years ago, 15, 20 years ago, we still needed to look at the map where the destination of our journey was. So we were used to take information before starting the journey, and probably those information were not so appropriate. If you think about a non-dynamic map, it's really impossible for us to have proper information. So many steps forward have been made, but probably slowly compared to what will happen, because we have the possibility to manage mobility from a remote station, and then we just need to look at the variable sign panel. We just listen to the radio to hear what will happen, but probably this is a pity because we're not where this will happen. So these are not punctual information. So this will change, and I like to demonstrates a substantial difference among transportation means. We're used to go to the railway station. We do it in a smarter way now, and we imagine, and then to take a train where we know that there are 400, 500 seats, and then we take a flight at the airport. We know there are 300 seats that are available, but it's not a problem in our head under a cultural point of view to imagine that when seats are full on a train, on a flight, that we can take another flight or another train. But in the mobility on the roads, this is not the way. We just, leave and drive whenever we want, and we imagine that the road is free. But in the future, it won't be to build new roads, but it will be using the available roads in a better way, because there are different systems on the roads that should be used. And talking with respect to what the future will be, not so much because I am an environmental focused person. We have a gap now because we have driving vehicles without any relations with the other vehicles, and vehicles with no connection with the road. And while we are organizing our meeting outside, 2020 vehicles per hour pass by, and so let's imagine 2 or 3 people were inside. It means that 15,000 people drove through in an autonomous way, each one with a driver that could be younger, expert, old, in very good conditions, conditions or not very good condition. And this is a difference with the train. The train is on a rail road, and then it's a narrower, but this allows a passage of a greater number of people and goods. Even though I am not a fan of trains, they do it in a safer way. But it is certain that in the future, the mobility will not be competing with individual mobility and collective mobility, because I still hear this kind of comparisons, meaning that we should promote collective mobility, so train or buses, or whether it is better to promote individual mobility. But given some figures, out of this traffic, we are the highest record in August, and those are moving for tourist reasons in Trentino and South Tyrol. Do you know how many moved by train? Less than 5%. And I don't think this will change substantially in the future. So there are destinations where the train is highly competitive. So from downtown of a city to a downtown of another city, there is no comparison. Also in longer routes, but also in the future, people will move by car, because if you have to go skiing in Vial di Fiemme or Val Badia, you go there by car. So we need to allow for mobility, then actually fulfilling the demand. So we have to do it in an intelligent way, because vehicles may receive and forward a huge amount of information that is not processed. And so we need to have this information in advance. So we need to have a connected mobility. So we should think about not only the roads with our relations, with vehicle, and we need to self-criticize also ourselves, because indeed manufacturers have built vehicles that are fit for autonomous driving, but it is the infrastructures that are not ready to give the same support that railroads give to trains. And so this needs to be participated, because each one should be in the condition to exchange and provide information and allow for the best conditions for this interconnection. We have seen also in Brenner low emission is a project that demonstrated that this is not a match in a stadium between opponents, fans, those supporting, ecology and those supporting economy. We have demonstrated that cars may go with a controlled speed in a distance that provide the best service and the best result, then with a lower consumption and in a more in a more sustainable way. So this need to be sustainable, because this motorway connecting North Europe with the Mediterranean area through narrow valleys, also complaining for the noise and also environment pollution. So we need to do it in a sustainable way, and we need to do it in a safe way. There is still a war on the road. There are over 3,000 people dying on the roads due to car accidents. Indeed, the motorways have improved very much. We have less than 1,000 per year, but these are too many. And we can do this with active and passive safety systems, but especially with cooperative systems. So the future will be characterized by a communication between direct and constant communication between infrastructure and vehicles, because there is no need to know whether the motorway has a traffic jam on a point of our motorway, to also from Brenner to Po Valley. There are so different conditions. So we need to have geo-referenced information. Otherwise, it's no useful at all. So information should be very accurate. And information should be continuously updated. Indeed, we have, traffic road staff and also traffic police are doing the same, surveilling the roads. But if you think about vehicles continuously communicating to the information management system, what will happen on the road. This will allow for continuous exchange of information, and vehicles are capable of providing this data. And of course, concerning motorway management and motorway operators, of course, are in the focus of critics. We know what happened in 2018, Morandi Bridge. We know this must have not happened, but we know that these operators have been managing the Italian motorways. They allow for movements, for mobility, and they have lowered the incidence and the frequency of accidents. So for sure, we need to reduce accidents. We need to increase the road efficiency and to have regular flows without continuous stop-and-go situations. And this, for sure, will reduce the impact on the environment, because if you think of a truck continuously moving without stopping, as a vehicle, so the production of pollutants is 20, 30 times less than the same vehicle that continues to have stop-and-go situations. So the C road and the Commission asked us that C roads should allow for this, implementing day one services with V2X communication, so vehicle to infrastructures, in order to monitor the situation on the road with respect to safety, road efficiency, and environment. So we have implemented these projects together with Brenner Motorway and Autovie Venete and CAV, so to welcome the infrastructure. So what did we do? What have been the activities performed? First of all, we have mapped the entire motorway. So indeed, the kilometer distances. So if we say that we are at kilometer 200, it's no use. We need to have a digitized motorway. We need to know latitude, longitude, and the position of each point of each vehicle moving on the motorway in order to guarantee the safety and management of the process. So fine granularity of points to allow for a precise mapping of the entire motorway. So we need to have georeference the messages. So there's no need to give information to someone in Rovereto about what happens in Trento or in Modena. So we need to have a georeferencing of messages, and this will be made possible through these RSU, roadside units, that are endowed with antennas, with a GPS antenna, capable of being in contact with the vehicle and with the onboard devices on the vehicle, providing information. So why do we start, with motorways for testing? Because the motorways already have, indeed, a traffic control center, and so there's users assistance center, so that we start with motorways, because motorways were the first to implement DATEX protocols for messaging and exchange of information. And nowadays, unlike a few years ago, the DATEX protocol is capable of receiving and providing information with respect to any problems, events, signage, and in a continuous way between the various countries in the European community. And this should be forwarded to vehicles. And now we go through the CITS word. So from standard protocol moving to CITS, and this had to be done through the creation of a server capable of transforming these messages and distributing these messages in the peripheral points. So a change in the flow of communication. And this was made through the traffic center control, through DATEX protocol, so that no problem would be encountered. And then the CITS server going through two transformation processes. First of all, a conversion in JSON format, and the CITS server should then sort the messages to the roadside units, changing them into the ATSI format, which is a binary format that will be used throughout the CITS products throughout Europe. And Brenner Motorway has created the first platform and developing a software that was made available and dealing with the conversion of the message according to the specification of a binary message. And this was not so easy to be made, and indeed it was possible to do this. So the server is an intermediate tool to reach vehicles, and how this was done. So there was a problem of overcoming the issue of hybrid communication. The short-range communication was guaranteed through these points where it is possible to acquire and receive information according to an ITS G5 protocol that makes it possible to transfer this information. But we cannot do actually this throughout the the motorway where the short range point every 2 kilometers. So this passage allow us to test the long range communication, so the creation of a virtual roadside unit with the same characteristics, so that through the browser, through the manager, that could be 4G or 5G, and that reaches the telephone network in order to transfer the entire information throughout the road connection. And now we have 63 points of connection, roadside units, 22 in Autovie Venete and 12 in CAV. And the 63 are in the Brenner Motorway, the A22, so to say. So what works now is with 4G, but then with 5G and with a guarantee of data transfer in a reliable way, this will increase the coverage of CITS messages, and this has guaranteed the fact that this kind of long-range communication will make it possible to have this process implemented at a reasonable cost, so more economic way of doing it. And I'm very proud of this, and I'm very proud of being part of the group that implemented this project. And indeed, we have created this working on the broker MQP of a team in order to have this interface with the broker. So this virtual roadside unit becomes like an ordinary RSU. So, and this is a great advantage. So you see how this works through the entire Brenner Motorway, and you see the single position, and where there is this coexistence with other need of communication. So here you see how messages are detailed with code and codes. So there is one part related to the display system, that is IVIM. There are messages on signs with respect to speed limits, with respect to the presence of webcams. And then there is there's a DEM. DENM, D-E-N-M, is an interface detected to give information about events. And then let's have a look at what have been important parts of this process that is already operating.
Rallento, la rifaccio tutta dall'inizio. Sì, altri problemi che...
So, additional problems we might have that when we have autonomous driving vehicles that need to relate to with traditional driving vehicles, there are different problems to be faced, regulatory problems, and also a change of the traffic regulation. Indeed, with current traffic regulations, it's very hard. We are brave, we do it, but it's not so easy. You need to actually manage the encryption keys. We need to have real messages to be forwarded, because you may understand what could be the results of manipulation of the system, or of, if something is tempered, then becomes a weapon if it is improperly used. So you may imagine an infrastructure that needs to transfer data, and if there is no signal being transmitted anymore, then we have to think about digital system. We have to think about an authority being in charge of forwarding the messages. So we need to work with privacy, with data protection. So those handling the data, those who are accountable for this. And I'd like to remind you of this product and this study, so this initiative to geolocalize the works on the road, so the work site. So it's very important to know where works are being done on the road. So we need to have different points, but when I install, indeed, I start with works, and then I finished with the work site. And we have indeed developed this application with the soft tech, so that the vehicle approaching the works and focusing on that, getting the entire information and give back the information, so that this becomes a subject that receives benefits and provides benefits. We have tested all day one services. These are tested concerning, the start of works on the road, notification of hazardous points, so possible hazards, on-board signage. All this has been tested. So the question is, did it work? Yes, it did. And this is a great satisfaction with respect to a project that it is an innovative project. And so we tested, and it works as it was developed. So this is interoperable. The various subjects involved are able to communicate. We have done different tests on road with CRF, Iveco, and team, and this works with short-range communication and long-range communication. We had to do cross-border tests, because it's very important for someone coming from another country and receiving information in advance. So we did this with ASFINAG in Austria, and we were able to show that this works. And we did it also with virtual interoperability tests with other member states, and due to the traffic regulations, we couldn't do it in practice. We needed to do it virtually, but it works. Yes, it was a complex work, but this work really made it possible to increase our skills and competences and raising the bar to a higher level. And indeed, since 2017, through 90% of internal resources, we had 10,200 hours of work, 20 trips and 15 meetings, and again, starting with Ilaria De Biasi. I'd like to thank her, and I'd like to thank all the other cooperators working on this project, because it was a very complex work. Very complex work, yes. It was, we had to participate in national and European working groups to define the first second specification, but we did it, and this involved the entire system. So this platform is used, it works, and those vehicles equipped with these systems can do it, but doesn't finish here. This is not the end. We need to continuously work to update the system with the standards. We need to work hard in order not to be late. We need to continue with this cooperation. We need to promote the continuation through the participation of the European Commission in order to have a harmonized infrastructure. And next steps will be to increase the number of antennas, and we will do it for sure because we need to digitize mobility, especially in the Alp area from Trento to Brenner, and we need to provide different scenarios, more complex scenarios, in order to make it possible for the work to be used in a different way, so that we are able to cover all scenarios. We need to work on messaging, on a mobile works on road. And I'd like to conclude that innovating means to have a foot in the future, to do things before the others, and it also means to risk something, because for sure you cannot be sure something will work. But if you don't do it, you remain behind. Thank you.
Ringraziamo l'ingegner Costa, volevo farle un...
Thank you so much, Mr. Costa. You were so precise that there are no questions at the moment. Questions can be held for later on.
Lui è
Jaime Sanchez Gallego, Head of Advanced Engineering Heavy Trucks Iveco, is the next speaker.
Bravo. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. We are privileged to participate in this event, the public presentation of the results of the Sea Roads project. Iveco has been largely involved. I'd like also to greet you on behalf of Gary Marks. Our president is very sorry he can't be with us today. I apologize for my poor Italian, but I prefer to speak Italian in respect of the authorities, our hosts, and the partners who are with us to support innovation and technology Europe-wide. Iveco technological leadership in recent decades is a consequence of our history of technological development. Here you can see some milestones in the development over the past 20 years. Projects like this, for instance, Iveco Glider, Dual Energy, Elli Super, and OC Track. So energy efficiency, productivity, flexibility, and innovation are leveraged to develop future-oriented vehicles. Iveco history, it is a history of joint international development like Sea Roads. It has been so since its very inception. So we are proud to develop our technologies nationally and internationally. So my presentation proves this point. Here you can see the technological development in project with Italy and an international team. So an Italian project manager was in charge of it. This is another example of Iveco technological leadership, starting from the 70s. So development of a light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. This is a priority for Iveco. Why? Total cost of ownership and sustainability, these are our goals. So economic, social, and environmental benefits are to be drawn. And we are there to develop technologies based on natural gas, for instance, that started 20 years ago. And now we are a leading supplier, one of the leading OEM in the natural gas market. then electric vehicles and hydrogen-fueled vehicles. This is only one possible way to improve the vehicle TCO now and in the future. Automation and digitalization of vehicles are absolutely necessary in order to ensure environmental, social, and economic sustainability, and also industrial sustainability. This is a case in point, the importance of connectivity, as the previous panels pointed out. This is today's control room. Iveco can analyze in real time and can monitor vehicles in real time. That's why we can provide immediate servicing and assistance to the users, and also monitor the situation of vehicle fleets in terms of TCO as well. This is going to be the meeting point of all data coming from platooning and coming from vehicles for the future developments.
I benefici che possiamo.
What are the benefits that automation can provide us with? Now, well, let's talk about automated vehicles. There will be benefits in terms of fuel saving and labor saving. Moreover, there's going to be an improvement, a dramatic improvement in safety of the driver. We are not alone, though. This is a joint journey that it's taken by all European OEMs. The goal is to have highly automated vehicles by 2013, and we want to reach the final goal in the period 2026-35. This is our technological roadmap. Well, with legislation in place, three key factors exist: robustness of safety and functionality. This was covered already. Then wide validation with million of miles for boundary conditions, and also an available connectivity infrastructure. We can do it together in order to improve logistics. Logistics must be in place by OEMs, by industry. Automated drive must be the key to circular autonomy and zero emissions in order to extend the life cycle of vehicles and the spare parts. What are the main challenges of this development? Now, technological requirements in terms of hardware and software in order to ensure availability and develop an accurate roadmap of integration, then the development of supply chain. All OEMs are establishing a partnership and they are investing.
Nel nostro sistema industriale.
And we have to integrate the supply chain. Then the legal prerequisites, liability. Well, liability must be very clear. Legal questions must be clarified. So this project is going to be the base for a legal requirement and definition. And also, fourth point, ethics. The dilemma of decision makers and a fair versus a rational decision. This also has an impact in legal impact. I mean, last but not least, the enabling ecosystem, and that's the reason why all partners are here from the industry, from infrastructures. We want to make sure that the safety and the security of ecosystem is consistent in terms of vehicle, physical level, and IT level. This is not just a theory for us, of course, from theory to practice. Platooning enables two or more trucks to be connected using the V2V technology. This allows the synchronous operation of braking and acceleration, and so the inter-vehicle distance is shortened in order to drive safely. In order to do that, you have to know what are the potential impacts. When we are talking about automated platooning, efficiency in the CO2 reduction down to 10%, and then road driving safety, where the followers can brake in advance. In this way, can overall safety be improved for the road conditions and also for drivers. Talking about infrastructures, so fewer infrastructures are possible, and so the efficiency is enhanced, and also decreased driving time. So we can extend the traveling time of the vehicle, and we can make it more comfortable for the drivers. Technologically speaking, we need to have a V2V communication, which must become more widespread, and also a braking system, an automated braking system for additional safety. European platooning challenge. The system has evolved, and it includes a long list of use cases. This was one of the main objectives of the VECO project. Before the pilot test, a number of other tests have been implemented in our factory, and also on a track with the cooperation of suppliers and our project partners. The V2V enabling technology uses a system with a communication protocol that's 5G enabled in order to exchange information between vehicles. So additional and early information can be obtained as compared to conventional vehicles. That's why comfort for the driver, for other vehicles, and also safety have been expanded. Now, some services they are provided by the day one CITS, European Telecommunication Standard Institute, and the C-Road platform are the reference documents. So the event or the incident is decoded, and then it's shown to the driver and to the followers, drivers in the platooning system. This is a nice way to expand the reception coverage and also information provision to vehicles and to drivers. Now, what does this system look for us? First of all, the system can slow down a vehicle if a speed limit has been reported, which is different from the cruise speed. V2X communication is possible in order to test both experimentally on the road if connection is technologically possible. Before this, you have to identify the cooperative vehicle, this interaction between a vehicle. This gives us a glimpse of how V2V communication can happen, and not only V2 vehicle to truck, but also truck to cars, for instance. Our target was to cover 300,000 kilometers according to the platooning system. 4 vehicles were used. We have covered over 300,000 kilometers with 4 trucks with Italian drivers. And the results were very good. So availability was above 76% all the time. I mean, the platooning system, mileage and hours very good. 300,000 kilometers and 30,000 platooning drive. This is to be completed by 2 or 4 vehicles. What are the key points about our results? We have received a number of incidents in the vehicles and from the infrastructures. Information has been tested and has been processed in order to improve comfort and safety in the interaction between vehicles and within vehicles. What are next steps? A cross-border test with Austria to prove interoperability between different European states, and also an evaluation of the impact of CITS. And this analysis is being carried out by the Milan Polytechnic. What about future development? First of all, automated platooning. This is the first step for automated platooning. The leader is 2+. So it is an assisted driving, advanced assisted driving, and the followers can be independent, level 4. So, and also there must be the possibility of talking to infrastructures. Real-time decisions are possible. This is a key for platooning. Multi-fleet. This is a question that's often posed by the users. It does make a difference whether you are a leader or a follower, or if you are in between. The pay must be different. The leader must get more money because it's more responsibility, more fuel consumption. So multi-fleet is a clear goal for all OEMs. In the future, international intermodality with new corridors, V2X, multimodal V2X, and advanced logistics, in addition to platooning. What about conclusions? The project C-Roads Italy is an important step for Iveco towards automation and connectivity. Platooning as a support to driving has been tested in recent months. It has proven to be stable and must be expanded. The results of these pilot tests will enable us to make sure whether the business model is feasible. The added value should not be found in fuel savings, but also the inter-vehicle distance. That's a point for all the above reasons for using infrastructures at best and also for savings on fuel. However, a big change will take place with automated driving on light and heavy vehicles, and platooning is just one initial step. V2X technology makes interaction between vehicles possible, so this will have to be developed and improved, and include not only vehicles and infrastructures must be involved, but also, other infrastructures must be taken on board. So this has led to improve the safety and more comfort for drivers. The hybrid approach is very interesting and very proper to increase safety and comfort. Thank you. I'm so sorry for my broken Italian, but now I'm showing you a summary video which is going to be more explanatory than my speech. Thank you.
With this short video clip, we have also summarized Iveco World, and we also would like to thank Sanchez Gallego also for his very good Italian language. And now we leave the floor to Visintina, Technical Fellow of the Research Center Fiat. Yes, good morning, everybody. Good morning again. I am technical fellow, so the technical reference contact person for Stellantis Group of the Research Center of Fiat. So I deal with CITS system, cooperative intelligent transport systems to the service of assisted driving and autonomous driving. I deal with V2X, and I've been doing this for 15 years. And Fiat Research Center has been one of the first coordinators for European projects for cooperative systems. Is spot from indeed 2006 to 2010. There was the first roadside unit on Brenner Motorway, thanks to a direct collaboration between Research Center, between Brenner Motorway and Research Center of Fiat, and that was very profitable for the first V2X with the first field study at a pan-European level. ELCAR was involved in various sites, and Brenner Motorway, the test site between Rovereto North and Rovereto South on Trento, was the reference point for Italy. And this was also for us, for FCI, that has become Stellantis. And thanks to the collaboration with Brenner Motorway and thanks to the Sea Roads project, the collaboration has been extended to other operators in Italy, and this has become a reference for the communication between digital roads and digital vehicles. And this is important within my presentation for us of M&I and for the Stellantis group, because the CITS standards at a global level will then go towards a harmonization, at least with respect to the stack above access technologies. So the technologies at a physical level, wireless communication and radio frequencies could be different in the various regions throughout the world. And also with respect to access to communication, we talk about a competition between V2X PC5 cell and PSG5 cell. And so this might change, but at the level of the machine-to-machine communication in the higher stacks, in the higher layer to this, the type of data that is transmitted is standardized. And this is very important because for us, vehicle manufacturers, we are allowed to make a reconfiguration of the central panels, because if you need to produce millions, to manufacture millions of vehicles, this is very important for us because we need to save every single euro. So the importance of data is fundamental because, again, the information is what is tested in zeros is a level of the central unit for the autonomous interpretation on the part of the vehicle central panel of the hazard of the vehicle and then the implementation. So this is a great challenge, and so this is a slight margin. With Sea Roads, we have been getting close to that, but there is still a gap. So the application of V2X for automotive, preventive safety and comfort, this was done also in the previous decade. And in Sea Roads, what we have done is that we have extended the number of use cases in the entire European Sea Roads platform. Driving assistance. This is a direct objective of Sea Roads. This means to assess the quality of data, to have a correct interpretation on the part of the central unit, and potentially the entry of V2X data in addition to census data in a data fusion system, combining data for the automated processing of certain tasks, for instance, cruising speed or automated braking. Then automated driving, longitudinal control, made it possible by the cooperative ICC, and then automated overtaking or automated lane change. So these things become more complex and complicated. So far, where are we? Potentially, we have seen that the CITS information can be used because of thanks to zeros. This is harmonized, and we are able to have data that is the same in Austria and in Italy. So if we use, for instance, to provide information of a lane change, and our Maserati, for instance, goes through Brenner to drive to Austria, we know, and we tested in C roads, we know that this is possible without an intermediate, because the roadside units that communicate from Brenner Motorway to our vehicle are different from different manufacturers compared to those used by ASFIC in Austria, but the standard is the same, and the harmonization of data took place thanks to zeros. But then if the standard is the same, the ETSI is the standard, what's the use of zeros? But this is not true, because ETSI encrypts a series or decodes a series of formats where if you do implementation, that is the standard being used. But there are certain optional fields and some compulsory fields that need to be optimized and harmonized at a global level. And this is not so simple, because when these fields need to be used by a central unit, even the coding and the indexation of lanes in a multi-lane road, then this is fundamental. And then there are many factors and aspects of standard interpretation, and ETSI standard is not completed for the application of automated driving. So C roads as a fundamental contribution, because for us, a part of standard harmonization is very important for automated driving, because then we need the common data, so that driving from Palermo to Gothenburg and then in future driving to Moscow, there must be common pool of data that can be used safely by digital roads for our digital vehicles. And then the contribution of V2X to green driving. That was not the focus of C roads. We are doing these with the European projects together with Brenner Motorway and digitizing the Brenner-like data. And this is very important because there is great attention to sustainable mobility. We talk about green driving. We talk about georeference data, as Engineer Costa was saying, allowing us to switch in a propulsion mode from internal combustion to electric, or this make it possible to have an ideal speed profile. So we're talking about the importance of digital data. But from zone A to zone B, I may switch to electric mode, but it's not so important to do it 100 meters before or after. But if electric mobility will be de-taxed, and then internal combustion will have a different taxation, it's very important to be precise and to have this data mobility, because we need to be actually georeference, for instance, the switch to electric or the limited traffic areas and so on. But when will we have V2X? For us, vehicle manufacturers, this is a great question mark. But as a matter of fact, there are concrete roadmaps of the association, the European Association NCAP, then planning to have V2X as a feature, to have this ranking in NCAP starting from 2023. And then the ranking will be updated in 2025, just to give you an idea of the V2X roadmap. But for sure, you need to consider the use of the central unit, central control unit on all vehicles, indeed, in the vehicle fleet. Because if you consider also all new vehicles that will be equipped in this way next year, so if there is an emergency brake in front of a new vehicle that is equipped in such a way, the probability of having a new equipped vehicle behind is very low. So the penetration of the V2X technology of the central control units on the vehicle is a critical factor. And so in relation to the C-Roads project, it is important to have this infrastructure to-vehicle information and communication, because although there are not so many equipped vehicles in a phasing of the V2X communication, I already have a benefit of having information from the infrastructure, because in any case, this communication is made possible. Maybe I will communicate just with a few vehicles, but I have the information from the infrastructures. But we need to have certain characteristics. I need to have information on the environment. So if we consider autonomous driving, so what does it mean to have automated or autonomous driving? It means that we actually add a longitudinal control or lane keeping. For instance, the Maserati car you see as a prototype in front of the building has indeed level 2 of automation, so lane centering and adaptive cruise control. So I need to have an automation in terms of speed control, overtaking, or a change in the lane. According to the environmental perception of safety, but in level 4 this is overcome, because in level 4 the vehicle will be able to manage information in due advance without asking for an intervention from the user, also in critical conditions. In C-Roads, we have validated the CITS information in level 3. What kind of information exchange? So for third level autonomous driving, we need 360-degree sensors. So we needed to indeed improve also our Maserati, because then thanks to this Horizon 2020 for pilot, we have improved the intelligence, and in C-Roads we have adapted the prototype of the roadside of CFR in Trento, so improving the perception of posterior radars. We need to keep the perception around the vehicle for the pre-crash and also for a preventive safety of at least 100 meters. And the CSF allows us to reach 300 meters vehicle to vehicle. This is average data. And in a 3-field view, you might have over 500 meters. And then we have vehicle to infrastructures, and we then have information with due advance, also thanks to hybrid communication mentioned before. So in terms of time to collision that we consider as product development, in systems to assist autonomous driving. So meaning the time available from when I hear or perceive something. So there is a fraction of seconds from vehicle to vehicle. So direct communication. So this guarantees that I have information. So the information is given me within 100 milliseconds or fractions of seconds, whereas the third information I receive with due advance, thanks to vehicle to infrastructure. So for C-roads, we tested both things, vehicle to vehicle, so between our vehicles and those of Iveco. In then 300 meter stretch, vehicle to infrastructure, we receive it potentially from a long area, but it is interesting to have it within a distance of some kilometers. So which is the importance of information from infrastructure? So you see here the use cases. So from a digitization of the road representation that is given by a trusted entity, so someone that validates the position of events with georeferencing process, because it's very important to control our autonomous system. And then there is the possible connection with roadside sensors. We're talking about Internet of Things. In C-roads, the focus was to deliver the message, and then there is the service center that is connected, and also the Brenner Highway has a lot of sensors that are then processed in an information center, and then the message is generated. And then the local road operator in certain spots may give us an early warning, but whereas aggregation data systems such as waves cannot be used for autonomous driving, because the warning is not an early warning, but is a progressive warning, and the warning is not validated. So we do not have trusted data that can be potentially used for the vehicle. So we make an example of this. This is one of the roadworks warning, which is very important. And this combines two types of messages in vehicle information. This is the signs. And the second is the DEM, that is the event on the road. So it's important how to say also how the messages are combined. And then the second reason is that the road works warning is a translation of how I put signs of works on the road. So this is a digital transformation of rules. So it's also interesting to see how the regulation of the various member states are then translated in digital terms. So I need to know how certain works are signaled in a way in a country or in another, and I need to understand which is the minimum set of data I need to use to inform my vehicle that there is a change in the line in that point, to inform the vehicle that the speed limit is different, that is not the one coded, but it is a dynamic speed limit. And all these should be transmitted according to certain georeference points. And I need to actually accept this a priori. Of course, this is given to me at the moment, but my central unit should be able to manage also in a comfortable way for the user a progression of 130, 110, 90 or 60 as a speed limit in a certain period of time and in over a certain stretch of the road. So On a public road, we use the data acceptance ITS data manually on the touch screen before this data is given to our control central unit for the implementation. So in a public road, we still have this, this key that needs to be touched for safety reasons, but on our trucks we use this CITS with Highway Chauffeur that makes an automated longitudinal and lateral control in certain conditions, and we do this autonomously. We use the CITS for this implementation. So CITS allows me to anticipate a lane change or to set new speed limit, for instance, 60 kilometers per hour as a target speed limit in my adaptive cruise control. I then see that there is a change in front of me, and I can also do the disengagement and then going back to manual driving, which is very important for level 3. These are the use case. And so to make a focus on the kind of information, case of traffic, we received georeference information from A22, and then we receive the information from this T1, allowing us to know exactly where is next obstacle, so that is low braking can be dealt with this with our cooperative ICC. So this is V2I, and in our projects V2V, and in the roadworks area, we receive the warning of the start of a work zone, which is not included in autonomous driving vehicles being manufactured so far. So either we can request for disengagement, so going back to manual driving, we would advise on lane change or an automated lane change, or if in this, as in this way, you just need the vehicle to go to the first lane, we may maintain a cruise speed with the contribution of CITS following the profile of the digital road. And of this, the situation is not so simple. I will also make a cross-reference to Professor Studer of the Polytechnical University of Milan, who is studying the impact, because I follow the speed limit, that is the legal speed limit. But who is someone following the legal speed limit for a work zone on the motorway? So this is indeed the impact we get, of autonomous vehicle compared to a manually driven vehicle. So what is the impact on the mobility? We are testing this with zeros. It's very important that we have hybrid communication. This is not only a political issue of a mobile phone or direct communication, but the hybrid communication is very important because the vehicle-to-network allows us to have a transmission of events, not with the need of having a latency of a fraction of seconds, but the need of latency of. I will be able to receive information on the road, and there will be a redundancy of information, vehicle to infrastructure in critical points, and this redundancy is very important to keep a safety level, and we need to have this. So hybrid communication is to have a higher coverage thanks to the mobile phone, low latency thanks to the low range communication, vehicle to infrastructure, direct communication, and then direct communication with vehicles, and an ecosystem that in its evolution is getting ready for 5G. So without making an overview of 5G system, for sure this will be a revolution, because it's like having a supercomputer on the road, on the motorway, representing in a digital way all the vehicles around and all the events. And in that case, we are then at level 4 autonomous driving. But this is not the topic in C-Roads. C-Roads made steps forward in standardizing data, so in understanding that throughout Europe there are common data that can be understood by the autonomous driving vehicle, and in introducing hybrid communication, so direct communication, allowing me to see those who are closer to me, with vehicle-to-network communication, allowing me to have fundamental information on digital roads anywhere. So sorry to interrupt you. We need to go, to close, because there are several interventions, several contributions. Then, indeed, now I can go to the conclusions, because you have already heard about the cross-border tests. So we are able to have a geometry of the road events, dynamic signage. We are able to share our maneuvers, the cut-in, the lane change, which is important for level 3, and the sudden brakes of the vehicle in front of us. And we always combine the CITS with onboard sensors to increase awareness. And the expected effects of CITS on automation of level 3 are extension of the ODD, so that this can be extended to a wider area, or also in adverse conditions, with an improvement in safety. And then C-Roads Italy, especially in Italy, allowed us to test all this in real scenarios, in a scenario of a motorway, and indeed A22 is producing this, and then also other motorway operators involving OEMs and road operators. And then you have a reference in the end that is that would be the reference for Europe at the end of this project. And hybrid communication for us is fundamental, and as vehicle manufacturers, we consider 5G as our future. So, and we indeed are part of the 5G Automotive Association. And this is the end of my presentation, and I thank you all for the attention.
Thank you, Filippo Visenteider, Centro Ricerche Fiat. Of course, we didn't want to cut you in the middle of the sentence, but also the following speakers should be possibly quite brief, quite short. Let's talk about mobile network. Umberto Ferrero, 5G and digital transformation manager from TEAM. Thank you. It's difficult to talk about after the previous speakers, because we know what is the condition of highways. We see the trucks, we see the cars, communication networks are not visible. So unless you are watching a display or an antenna, so we are talking about the invisible. Now, what is the next step? Some technologies are becoming quite popular, such as platooning. But we have just 4 lorries in our test, so we need to involve all vehicles and all trucks. And what to do when that's the case? new resources and new technologies will become available. 5G, everyone has heard about it. What is 5G and what does it have to do with our conversation? 5G, new generation of mobile technologies, has a number of superpowers. It's quicker, more information, lower latency, more reactive. Now, reactivity must be very quick if you want to move up to level 3 or 4, from 100 down to a few milliseconds. And then the number of devices, which increases for a number of reasons. Internet of Things, for instance. So, and when all vehicles will be completely equipped with sensors. Sensors are not only in the infrastructures of the vehicle, but also entertainment sensors or health-related sensors. No applications are possible. Now let's focus on smart mobility, automotive. Second superpower, edge, that's the magic word. So cloud is often discussed. Cloud means to use calculation resources in far areas. Our cloud resources are in our continent or in a different continent. The time to go from here to there, a cloud that is, for instance, in Iceland, which is cold enough, it takes time. And the edge concept means to make this processing more peripheral with a number of benefits. It's quicker if the server is based in Trento and I'm driving in Rovereto. Well, of course, the messages and information is changed locally. You don't need to move to another continent. Then, security, safety. So data are collected in an easy way. Well, privacy is also a benefit. This cloud distribution is called edge. Edge is coming, it's being experimented with, and will become necessary in order to be able to manage the larger volumes of information that we are required to exchange quite quickly and quite soon. So the development of such technologies is expected to be fast. Edge, 5G, invisible. Talking about telecommunications is so difficult, but there are professionals who would like to use 5Gs and edge, even if they don't know what lies behind them. How can these innovations be used simply and create opportunities for many other users or other stakeholders? You can make them virtual. Telecommunication networks exist, use case exists, smart mobility, medicine, farming and agriculture, robotics, many more applications. So, and you can introduce APIs. You can use a simple interfaces APIs that are very similar in the controls that you can see in the browser's address. These are strings of controls that control the telecommunication network through the creation of many applications. And of course, there is the sky, only the sky is the limit. 5G is giving us superpowers, edge with a very close service, and then abstractions through surface platforms. So it's easier to develop new applications. We have tried to embed all this in C roads. So that's a very concrete project, very interesting indeed. So it is a practical approach. There are protocols, IDs, and radio waves behind all this. So what is the role of a telecom? What is the role of a team broker, a server, whereby the different devices can talk to one another, V2V, V2I, proximity communication, and distant communication through the cellular network. This information is exchanged according to a number of protocols or languages. TIM has developed the platform for a conversation or between inter-exchange entity. So it is the device whereby all the different areas can talk to one another. There is more to it. In addition to the automotive telecommunications, there are other sources of information, such as weather conditions or sensors that are installed in the cities. Well, all this information can be obtained from other platforms. So information collection is possible this way, so that the information is received at the right time by the driver. So the right information at the right time. Team is involved in C roads and it's happy to, but also it has other experiences. For instance, 5G Ghana, that's another international project for the development of these technologies, especially cross-border, a member of 5GA. Other important experimentation in Italy, Genova Smart City. So we are trying to improve the road systems in Genoa. Well, use cases have been discussed by the previous speakers. I'd like to make a point. So, what is the telecommunication network expected to do in order to exchange data quickly when you reach an intersection? So, boundary technologies are necessary. The so-called LIDA, it is a laser scanner super radar that recognizes objects and transforms them into a cloud of dots and points. These are sent to the server and objects are identified this way. Another subject is vulnerable road users. Not only cars, not only lorries. There are also bicycles and skaters and pedestrians, the so-called non-vehicles. We have to dispatch communication not only the vehicle, but also to humans. Pedestrians, for instance. Pedestrians can use a smartphone with an app or dedicated apps for bicycles, for instance. There is more to it. We are working on the next levels of automated driving. We remote driving has been tested for a couple of years. The driver is in a control room. This is a remotely driven taxi, for instance. And we are getting ready to the next generations of automated driving 3 or 4, where you can control the car, the driverless car. So we've been listening to this conversation for 3 hours now, so I'd like to reach my conclusions. I'd like to share with you concepts that are invisible, that have to do with the telecommunications. So TEAM and other international operators, together with partners, are doing all that for a number of applications. Today, we are talking about automotive. However, the same functions or superpowers of 5G and edging and new technologies are also applicable to other areas such as logistics, medicine, robotics, and entertainment. Thank you very much for listening, and I hand over to the next speaker.
Grazie a Umberto.
Thank you, Umberto Ferrero from Team. And now we just watch a small clip on the test on the road that we just made a few weeks ago.
Quali sono secondo te i benefici maggiori di un progetto di questo tipo?
Beh, secondo me innanzitutto la sicurezza nelle strade, perché al giorno d'oggi viviamo ancora in un mondo pieno di incidenti per distrazioni e secondo me una tecnologia di questo tipo può aiutare sicuramente ad abbassare i rischi, se non addirittura ad annullarli.
Io ho trovato molto utili anzi le funzioni dove per esempio i cantieri vengono segnalati o il veicolo davanti che rallenta di colpo e va sotto diciamo gli 80 all'ora, 70 all'ora così, quindi va a evitare quelle situazioni di pericolo e di tamponamento che si potrebbero creare.
Mi ha colpito molto il fatto che si possono avere delle notizie in anticipo, ovvero ad esempio un veicolo fermo piuttosto che lento, diciamo non solo quando è percepito dai sensori on board, quindi la macchina, ma appunto tramite altri veicoli e quindi appunto dal sistema distribuito si è in grado appunto di percepire questa anomalia diciamo a distanza anche dietro una curva e quindi a livello di sicurezza secondo me è notevole.
Oltre alla sicurezza, secondo te quali possono essere i benefici anche di un sistema di trasporto di questo tipo?
L'autonomia, perché comunque anche il sistema di frenata in alcuni casi è autonomo.
Se ci sono dei lavori in corso, se c'è la strada sdrucciolevole, il sistema ti avvisa e quindi la macchina segue i limiti che vengono imposti dal sistema.
Probabilmente sarà più fluido il traffico in autostrada, probabilmente ci saranno più macchine, però sicuramente sarà più fluido, se tutti vanno ai 130 ci sarà tutto costante, quindi probabilmente sì, sarà più fluido il traffico.
Il fatto di avere anche pochi veicoli che utilizzano questa tecnologia può migliorare la percezione della strada di più utenti, perché ovviamente se abbiamo un veicolo lento che inchioda, gli altri veicoli cominciano a inchiodare, ma se abbiamo un veicolo che percepisce quel veicolo che si è fermato, tutta la coda dei veicoli successivi rallenteranno in maniera più soft rispetto a dover frenare in maniera repentina. Quindi abbiamo delle caratteristiche, delle potenzialità che vanno oltre a quello che potrebbe fare un uomo che guida, diciamo, quindi questa è una cosa positiva perché miglioriamo da questo punto di vista.
La cosa che mi interessava era capire anche quanto poteva essere disturbante, tra virgolette, l'interfaccia nel momento in cui viene creata una versione definitiva rispetto all'attenzione del guidatore, però appunto mi è stato spiegato che sarà poco impattante nei confronti dell'attenzione di chi guida.
cosa ti ha colpito di più durante il tragitto?
Durante il tragitto mi ha colpito di più la lontananza da cui si vedeva da cui il radar vedeva la macchina successiva, quindi la vedeva da davvero molti metri prima. Ti diceva se potevi girare o se non potevi girare, consigliava, però mi ha colpito molto che comunque alla fine tutto rimaneva in mano al guidatore e quindi è tutto molto sicuro comunque.
Quindi l'autista già con l'avviso acustico vede già che problema c'è, è proprio uscito il segnale lavoro in corso, quindi anche l'autista si può preparare e essere più attento alla guida.
Prego. Gli applausi sono sempre ben graditi.
Of course, hand claps are always very much appreciated. And now we start a new session among the benefits of CITS system. Please try to be quick as you can, although I understand you like to make your full presentation. So we now leave the floor to Rosanna Ferranti, who's the manager of State Police, and then she's also director of, indeed, from the State of Police, together with Mario Porretto as technical chief. So I will be very brief because, in general, citizens do not want to have anything to do with police. So I will be very short, but in any case, it's important to know that within the Zeroes project, also the Department of Interiors and Public Security compartment wanted to be involved because, of course, these issues are very important with respect to law enforcement on the road. And since on the Italian road, we are the only ones, we are alone on the 7,000 kilometer of the Italian toll and free, motorway network. So we need to be trained to manage new technologies, new scenarios. All of our task will continue to be the same for traffic police, especially to prevent indeed road accidents, because there will be for sure a transitional period, and there will be a commission between the vehicles and users of the older generation and new generation. So there will be a mixture of them, and then there will be new ways to control the regularity of traffic compared to the ones we used to have, since the traffic police will be operating for 75 years next year. So what does traffic police do when they have to do with the commercial vehicles? They're just one point in the logistics, so that there are controls, indeed, either with the final users and at the beginning, meaning the task of the state police. But the traffic police makes control on the way. We make so many controls on the transport of livestock, on goods and foods, and anything that is in the end on the table. So actually what we eat, but everything is so much controlled and checked by the police, including the role of the traffic police. So our relationship with the commercial vehicles has this number. Just consider the first months, and the first have been already with a limited traffic due to the pandemic, the situation, although the commercial transport has continued to be operating, although not with the same level as in 2019. So we have the possibility to make big controls on the motorway network. And then we are involved in the Zeroes project because we have the possibility of exploiting technological aspects connected with, professional drivers, and indeed in the driving in the transport system. In the weak, so to say, ring is indeed the driver. The driver needs to have certain requirements being met, and sometimes in order to be more competitive to transport goods, the law is not respected and the driver is not protected. So in the zeros, we have seen how also the police action could be implemented to be more effective towards those not complying with the law. And now I leave the floor to Engineer Porretto, who has followed under a technical point of view within zero the projects. This technology and how it's going to give benefits for all of us. So thank you for the introduction. I will also be very quick to, to stay within the time limits. So the project on our side start together with the others in 2017, when indeed the technological word applied to control and vehicle was still very far. But then after some years, we are now here to present the solution that has been realized that is also efficiently working. And in 2018, we had the first contacts with the company Continental producing the tachographs 4.0 that monitor the activity of the driver so that we are able to understand whether they are complying with the law within the commercial environment. And because starting from 15th of June 2019, all new vehicles that are registered need to be equipped with this smart tachograph that also has the function to send, to deliver certain parameters in a wireless mode so that the control authority may receive those parameters and understand whether the vehicle should be stopped or not. And we will see this later on. And to read these parameters, we need to have a device, and the device. It is not compulsory for the police authorities to have this device, but within 2025, all control authorities at a European level will have to be equipped with this device. And we joined the project with two main objectives. First of all, setting the possibility of a tampering with this intelligent tachograph, also on the basis of the manipulations of previous tachographs. And the second reason, as anticipated, is to implement a device that is able to intercept, to detect these parameters from this tachographs 4.0, and in order to make a focused and targeted control. We have then carried out our activities and we have prepared an in-depth document on tachograph tampering, and we have experimented and implemented 14 devices for V2V communication and wireless control of 4.0 tachographs, so that on our side we try to exploit this technology in order to have easier task in controlling. The activities started with the purchase of these devices. This is the first phase of experimentation that was carried out in Rome, both on roads and how the circulation was on roads and ordinary traffic, trying to exploit all possible operating techniques. We have also made controls next to highway barriers to see if there was any interference with the highway barriers. Then after this first phase of experimentation, we have a verified technical specification given by the manufacturers to be actually what was declared, and we have also identified the best techniques to use the instrument, the device, and then we have identified 14 offices operating in 10 different regions to distribute the 14 purchase devices in consideration of certain parameters that are those are shown on the slide with respect to the nationality of the vehicles on road, the international traffic relations, so whether they're international or national, whether the vehicle is new or old, because only recent vehicles are equipped with this tachograph 4.0, and also with respect to the size of traffic volumes. So having identified these 14 offices, we have organized a training event in Rome for our operators who received their device so that they could be given all the indications that we have gathered in the first phase of experimentation in Rome. Then after the training, in this training event, there was a participation not only of our officers who became quite expert, but then we had personnel from the manufacturers of Continental, the manufacturer of the device. So these are the first results after about 1 month. So the devices were delivered in May, and the data were collected end of June. So we have read over 1,000 vehicles being equipped with tachograph 4.0. And after this reading, so the vehicles that were stopped for an in-depth control were 374, and of these 71 were fined. Something important is that this device allows us not only to make this targeted control and select only those vehicles presenting anomalies in the first phase of control, but we're also allowed to see whether the device has been tampered. So, close to the conclusions, already now we may say that thanks to the use of this device, for sure we had an increase in the efficiency and controls of vehicles equipped with tachograph 4.0, because these controls are not made by random, but all the controls are targeted because they're based on the parameters that we're able to read while the vehicle is, driving, without having to stop him for this preliminary control. And this saves time and resources, both for us and also for the vehicles that are controlled, because if indeed vehicles are complying with all the regulations, they can continue their journey without being stopped. Finally, we had an increase in the efficiency of those actions aimed at detecting possible tampering with the tachograph. So future developments, we think that in order to further enhance the efficiency of our activity, we would like to improve this device, the DSRC, this antenna, and widen the spread of these devices. And hopefully, we hope we'll be able to collaborate with the motorway and the logistics operators in order to install them on the roads. And then again, additional questions we should answer for the future in order always to be up to date. So these are the new technology applied and the platooning, and so thank you for the attention.
Well, of course, congratulations to the police. They wanted to be fined for that. Lucas Studa is the next speaker, is responsible of the Mobility and Transportation Lab of Milano Polytechnic.
Grazie mille. Allora, passiamo alla prossima. Ok, allora sono Luca Studer.
My name is Luca Studer. I am the manager of the Mobility and Transportation Lab of the Milan Polytechnic, and together with my colleagues, I am processing the data coming from the field, coming from the project partners. First, an overview. We wanted to evaluate benefits. There are many expectations. Benefits are as to be expected. The CITS are associated with many expectations in terms of benefits. As the previous speakers said, we have been involved in the Sea Roads project. We have worked with a working group 3 that's responsible for evaluation and assessment, and we wanted to provide a consistent evaluation, similar approach. So the projects as were implemented in different nations were coordinated, and also we wanted to assess the impact on the streets. Now, the assessment of use cases day 1 and day 1.5. So here are the areas where benefits are to be expected. User acceptance, safety, traffic efficiency, environment, social, economic components if possible. Let's take a look at the Sea Roads Italy in detail. We have been and will be involved in this use case, dynamic speed limits, stationary vehicles or slow vehicle on the lane, and the road works with the closure of one lane. And what are the benefits brought about by CITS in these areas? So here are two technologies that we're looking at, highway chauffeur and platooning, truck platooning. We wanted not only to understand how they work, but what is the benefit that CITS can bring about, an additional value, an added value that ITS can obtain. Well, a preliminary evaluation of the potentials of the benefits that the CITS can generate. These are novel systems, so it was not easy to investigate them. Then traffic modeling is important. So very few ITS equipped vehicles are very few. At the moment, we can't expect many benefits, but we can scale the benefits and try to assess the impact of the systems when more vehicles are involved. The penetration rate is going to be mentioned many times by me. Modeling makes estimate possible. And then field tests. They are done on field tests according to a number of parameters to see what the change in the driving approach is. So here you can see the modeling. You have to set up the circulation conditions or the status. It's not so easy. because you don't have enough information about the technologies and things are changing with time. We had to oversimplify as a result. That was the Highway A22. Now I'm giving you some examples of impact evaluation and assessment. You can see road works and the closure of one lane. So information is received not only through the signs, but also information in advance in order to be able to react properly, and especially in advance for the purpose of increasing the flow of traffic and also safety. Now, some results, the early results. Now, let's talk about delays. Delays are decreased in the first peak rush hour. So for the very high penetration rate, when the congestion is very high, there must be very vehicles involved in order to obtain a benefit. But if you look at the second peak, which is not a rush hour, you can see that the curve is slowing down, it is sloping. So if all vehicles are equipped, you can obtain a 30% point delay reduction. Anyway, 20 percent point can be obtained anyway, regardless of the congestion. The table shows an average value which is roughly 8 to 9 point delay reduction. This is part of the same analysis. So that's the travel time. The travel time is dramatically decreased with the penetration rate that's very high. In other terms, when many vehicles are in circulation, and you can reach up to 65 seconds saving. It takes 65 seconds less travel time for each vehicle. Well, 60 seconds for the open lane and 25 seconds for the lane that's about to be closed, which is the one that's more challenging because you have to change the lane. The results are very encouraging. I'm sure you can't see this slide anyway. It shows what happens at the closure of a lane and the application of Stellantis Highway Chauffeur without the with and without the CITS. Now, L1, L2 vehicle, a highway chauffeur vehicle, does increase the speed when you go through the building site. With CITS, this bump becomes more visible, meaning that the CITS message has a plus, is an asset. 30 kilometers quick higher speed with a better travel time, and a 20-kilometer higher speed with just 50% of a penetration rate of CITS. Also during the soft hours, the non-rush hours, but in that case, you know, the traffic is less congested. Anyway, the average is 10 kilometers. Here, looking at the curves, you can see that 40 pp delay reduction can be obtained as opposing to a situation with no traffic jam, you can move from red to blue, which is a full penetration. Not only dramatic decrease in waiting time, but the peak can come to nothing. So there is no traffic jam, as is would be the case in the rush hour when a lane is closed down. The table on the right shows an average delay, which is quite good, up to 6 pp delay reduction. A difference was made between the open versus the closed lane. They look very differently. The market penetration is playing a key role. So the speed increases by something like 30 kilometers per hour, which is significant because the congestion is going to be much lower and the through time is also lower. Now, this is the second part of my presentation. This is an area that's still going on. Well, I'm talking about the so-called field tests. Stationary vehicle or slow vehicle on the road. It's also closure of a lane at a road works, which is often associated with a traffic jam. Dynamic speed limit, in order to find out what the driver is doing when receiving CITS messages. So the available fleet was amply discussed this morning. Now, data collection, all possible data is collected, such as the speed, acceleration, slowing down, fuel consumption, steering angle, when you cut in, and also the lane change, and also CITS message as is received on board. So this can take place through GPS or talking to the lorry drivers. We wanted to assess the possible impact on these 3 points or items that are most relevant for CITS. And these are also expectations: safety, traffic efficiency, and environment. So here you can see the area where the tests are being carried out. It is the motorway A22. And here you can see the Iveco trucks. This is the data we are connecting between ourselves and themselves. Very detailed information about the speed and also standard changes, deviations, acceleration, steering angle, and information coming from radars in order to calculate how far you are from other vehicles. All such tests are carried out in a very safe situation. You can see the change in the steering angle when a vehicle has to cut in during driving. So this animation shows the Iveco tracks. They are working in a platooning. They are getting close to a building area, construction area. And they change their approach and behavior as a result of CITS information. Here you can see the sort of information that you can get, such as speed and steering angle, acceleration. These are important. We wanted to analyze them very closely and we want to see what changes after the reception of CITS messages. Well, I'm going to come to the end of my presentation. If you want to know more, I'm going to be available. On the 15th of December, the entire C-Roads system will take place to introduce or present results. This is an all-Italian event where we're going to investigate the details about the C-Roads CITS benefits.
Adesso avrò la nomea di essere la cattiva. Ringraziamo.
Thank you, Luca Studer from Milano Polytechnic, and let's get closer to the end. Marco Codognotto from the Codognotto Group, Italy. Good morning or good afternoon. An introduction of Codognotto. Codognotto is a logistics carrier working across Europe. We participate in many European projects, including C-Roads. We've been project partners. So we could touch and feel what the possible advantages are of the implementation of ICTS systems in industrial or freight transportation. Now, a few words about logistics. Logistics and transportation are strategic for the world's economies. They are growing all the time. So they go hand in hand with the recovery, economic recovery. And so these sectors came to our rescue at a particular time, for instance, at the time of globalization or outsourcing of low income and low profile activities that were outsourced or subcontracted to European countries where the labor cost is very low. Logistics and transport have supported this activity. Later on, as a result of globalization to Far East, logistics could anyway support the economy. The same applied also through the pandemic. When the entire planet locked down, transportation had to operate all the same in order to ensure the provision of goods. Sustainability is a very popular theme also in logistics. Logistics has always been associated with sustainability, economic sustainability, for instance. So entry barriers are very low, so low margin, high competitiveness. The pursuit of sustainability has always been a part of our DNA, meaning less consumption and fewer emissions. This has always been our cup of tea. So social responsibility. Now, for transportation purposes, you need drivers. We are here at the Trento Interporto. I spent the night in the hotel, and looking out of the window, I saw many drivers sleeping in their trucks while I was comfortable in my hotel room. So they were not so comfortable as I was in my hotel room. This has always been very dear to us. We wanted to ensure welfare and safety to our drivers. environmental sustainability. That is demanded by the customers and by society, as well as by the European community. The climate package 455 is a case in point. It is by 2030, a 55% decrease in emissions is to be reached as compared to 1990, and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. How can you do that? Well, there is so much you can do. For instance, use of alternative fuels, so bio-GNL. Iveco is a pioneer in this technology. And also alternative engine, hydrogen or electric power. But you can do much more, that is optimize the supply chain, shorten them a little bit, and use intermodality. Intermodality is largely available. So I saw a train last night that was taking all the vehicles to the border with Germany and Austria. And we can also improve digitalization of transportation. Well, transport is quite backward in terms of digitalization as compared to trade, for instance. Well, transportation is not so advanced. There is much to do. IT can be applied to logistics, and the sharing economy can be used to make sure that the information is shared. So clever or smart logistics, that's what I'm talking about. It uses technologies to become more efficient. Now, it is still difficult to do this. There are limitations that are due to different technological systems. However, in projects such as this one, something is changing. A common language is being adopted. Communication between the different players is possible with the same language. And we can benefit by the collected information. We have a production site, and also transport from a factory to a warehouse, and then using another carrier, the goods are carried to a distribution hub, and finally the last mile. Well, these players don't talk to one another as of today, and we have to do something in order to make up for it. We have to adopt new technologies such as CITS, same European standards. We have to make the most of the available data, make them available across the supply chain. In this way, can we improve the visibility, and we can forecast what's going to happen, and introduce some sort of automation. As of today, we receive information too late. We are chasing information all the time. We can't be proactive as a result. And connectivity introduces the concept of synchromodality, which means to apply data sharing to transportation, and in particular intermodal transportation, where more modalities are involved, that is road, ship, rail. We do this through IoT, ICT applications for communication with the terminal. I mean, you don't have to, it's not the office clerk that has to book the slot. The driver can do it, and he will know in real time if there is enough room in one train or if one has to take the next one. I mean, you don't have to go through the office anymore. So shared logistics is possible. Logistic players can talk to one another, more efficient, more trustworthy system, and more sustainable, so we can avoid waste and we can reach a higher level of sustainability. I'm going to discuss my final slides where I have summarized some challenges. These are the challenges of transport-related digitalization. Some of these have been mentioned by the previous lecturers. What I mean are the ownership of data, privacy, because our vehicles are data generators, and this data is shared within the supply chain, and also data transparency throughout the supply chain, and then the coordination of all the players and all the data that is inputted into the supply chain. Digital Transport Logistic Forum, we are a member of it, and also we are a part of two projects, Federated and Phoenix. And this theme is discussed all the time. Who is responsible for managing all the data available? I'm done. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me a chance to talk to you.
Ringraziamo Matteo Codognotto.
Thank you, Matteo Codognotto from Codognotto, Italia. So then all the presenters may then actually join the audience. And now we watch the third and last clip on the test on road.
Il futuro dei trasporti, come te lo immagini, così?
Sì, mi piace pensare che nel giro di magari massimo 10 anni, poco più, ci sia più autonomia da parte dei veicoli e sempre meno responsabilità al guidatore.
Per quanto riguarda la guida autonoma, per chi lavora con questi tipi di mezzi è sicuramente un aiuto.
E soprattutto nei viaggi lunghi poter anche riposarsi un po', penso che sia un gran vantaggio, sì.
Devo dire che io la vedo bene, soprattutto nelle autostrade. Capisco che magari fuori da un ambiente controllato come l'autostrada possa essere più difficile implementare certi sistemi, ma nell'ottica, nell'ambiente dell'autostrada sì, mi piacerebbe averlo sull'auto, diciamo.
La mia paura è le frenate brusche. Insomma, la problematica è dovuta al fatto che ci sarà un momento dove ci saranno le macchine adattive e non adattive, quindi sarà come gestire questo passaggio, no? Perché se tutti hanno il nostro sistema, tutti si comportano allo stesso modo, quindi il problema principale è capire tutti gli utenti, cioè costruttori di macchine, che non gestiscono questa tecnologia, quindi decidono di non farla.
devo dire che secondo me è la strada da seguire e soprattutto diventa molto utile quando questo sarà molto diffuso in ambito appunto su tutti i veicoli in circolazione, perché secondo me è molto importante appunto la comunicazione tra veicolo e veicolo e avere il maggior numero di informazioni possibili su tutti i veicoli in circolazione.
La cosa che mi interessa di più, soprattutto con riferimento alla mobilità urbana, è il fatto che si potrebbe pensare certamente, grazie alla tecnologia, diversamente da una volta, che ci siano molti meno mezzi in giro e che i pochi mezzi che ci sono siano a disposizione di tutti quanti. Insomma, non c'è bisogno che tutti abbiano un'automobile per spostarsi. Ecco. Quindi questo nel futuro mi sembra che la tecnologia lo renda molto più facilmente disponibile.
Cosa hai imparato oggi?
Che c'è un modo per rendere la guida più sicura e per anche fare un passo in avanti.
Speriamo, dai, che siamo vicini a una sicurezza maggiore, un impatto ambientale migliore.
So now I'm alone on the stage, but I'm not alone, of course, because you're all here and all those following us and streaming. But as anticipated this morning, we have again Federica Polce, manager of the Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructures and Mobility. She's connected with us. So welcome again. So we were saying many contributions, many presentations, all very valuable. So now we are now at the conclusion. Yes, indeed. We are now at the end of this very interesting day of work. I've taken some notes because I believe that all the presentations have been very useful also to evaluate future prospects and new challenges. For sure, we started with Brenner Motorways that underlined the importance of safe data, transparency, and the safety of these data, a concept indeed stressed also by Codognotto. And then there was the mention of the control room to monitor and control data. And this is indeed a very important element. Iveco showed the outcome of truck platooning tests, incredible tests, over 300 kilometers, 3,500 hours, and this indeed demonstrated stability of the test, but with the need of further experimentation. So we still have elements to be further investigated to include these technologies in ordinary mobility. And then Research Center Fiat has also shown the rollout of V2X services in order to have standards and get close to the objective of automated driving, autonomous driving, and then we had the analysis of technologies developed for the exchange of data by team, with also this indication of addressing information to users, and not only vehicle to vehicle and vehicle to infrastructures, but also to the users. And the possibility of using these technologies in other fields of application, so not limited just to transport. Then we have also listen to the results, the possibility and potential of these services, also on the part of the traffic police, with the delivery of a parameter that may be fundamental to make controls. And then the Polytechnic of Milano summarized the impact and the effects of the use of these services, for instance, on the reduction of a traffic jam in crash hours, reduction of delays, and also the importance of safety. And then Codognotto underlined how the concept of logistics is changing and how logistics is transforming itself into green logistics. So for sure, this day showed how indeed the ITS started being a tangible reality at a European level and at a national level, and the results obtained so far indeed demonstrate this quite clearly, and that's why I like to thank all of the implementing actors with their contributions, with their massive investments, and they allowed Italy to concretely experiment how these CITS-related services may bring about significant benefits for traffic management and reduction in time, reduction in car accidents, in traffic jams, reduction in the emission of hazardous gases, and improvement in the networks. Last but not least, reduction of mortality and road accidents, which are the essential objectives we should always pursue. And indeed, already the project in 2016 had allowed us to introduce the concept of vehicles capable of communicating with other vehicles and with infrastructure as well. And that was the first requirement, the first step towards cooperative, connected, automated mobility. This strategy indicates several requirements to go through priority steps. First of all, the standardization of the platform, the ITS platform for the European Commission, and then the C-Roads platform at a national level in order to have prototypes, in order to implement tests, and to respect what has been identified and implemented at a European level. And we can say that these European measures have pursued the set objectives and created the conditions to implement the following measures and steps. So, on the one side, the European Commission, on the other side, the effort of all the other stakeholders and implementing actors allowed for the implementation of CITS through the management and implementation in a consistent way of these services for all users throughout Europe. As anticipated this morning, the CEF program has contributed to this, investing 500 million euros for ITS, and this allowed us to have a leverage effect for over 33 billion investments. And then we had this that was dedicated to cooperative ITS. So the C-Roads is the result of this support on the part of the member states, of the operators, and all the other parties that cooperate for a harmonized and interoperability effect. So the C-Roads Italy projects coordinated by us represent an important part, 38 million euros investment. And then looking at the future and at the new opportunities and the program in 21-27 that we are expecting in the second half of September with an interesting budget of different billion euros. So our pathway is continuing. We still have a long path to go, and we are in a historical moment where transport sector is facing profound changes, and therefore the combination of technological innovation and new business models has generated a demand for new mobility services. And at the same time, the sector is responding to the need for greater safety, efficiency, and sustainability. And so this transformation presents great social and economic opportunities that Europe and individual member states should pursue to ensure that citizens and businesses can enjoy the benefits in the years to come. So I confirm once again that among the strategic priorities of the MIMS, for sure there are plans to achieve a digital and ecological transition, which translate into design and implementing the National Reform and Resilience Plan. And indeed, the European Union provided funds, at least in 4 of the projects of this PNRR, and these are digitization, innovation, competitiveness and culture, green revolution and ecological transition, infrastructure for sustainable mobility, and inclusion and cohesion. So digital technologies are therefore one of the most important drivers in this process. And we have heard different examples, and we have heard the opinions of citizens and the effects of certain tests. And this indeed will allow the demand and supply of transport systems in order to work all together so that there must be cooperation with the infrastructure and the transport networks. And this will help us to build a true multimodal transport system that can integrate all modes of transport into a single mobility service in line with the mobility as a service police, allowing people and goods to travel unhindered, stimulating a social innovation. And we've also seen new challenges and new opportunities for transport systems, and the greatest benefits may be achieved through the combination of all these systems with smart roads capable of cooperating with each other. And we have seen also how cooperative intelligent transport system can reduce human error, one of the biggest sources of accidents in transport. And we could also improve traffic efficiency and comfort. So we have ambitious targets for the coming years. And of course, very important is in the progress, digital infrastructure, that is being developed to manufacture connected and automated vehicles. On the other hand, it is important to remember that industry on the one hand and member states on the other implement common technical solutions for the provision of cooperative ITS services. And these solutions should be developed through technological manufacturers, OEMs, in order to facilitate the full deployment of CITS services throughout the entire European Union. So the cost-benefit analysis that we have carried out in the first phase of the CITS platform by the European Commission clearly showed that the potential benefits of CITS systems strongly outweigh the costs, but also these benefits will only become concrete over the time and depend on a coordinated and a harmonized development. And as mentioned in my introduction, the Ministry has considered these developments very carefully and has also made significant steps forward with the series of projects, and in line with this idea of sustainable infrastructure and mobility, we need to go further on this pathway in order to pursue some of these important national and European objects, reducing accidents and enhance mobility that should be sustainable under a social, cultural, and economic ways. I'd like to thank everyone for this very rich and fruitful day, and hopefully in the future will be able to adopt these important cooperative services. And thank you again for the attention. And hopefully we will soon meet and hopefully in person. Thank you. So we thank then Portia. With this, we have closed the works. So I'd like to thank you for your attention. I thank Brenner Motorway. I like to thank all the partners, all the operators, and all the staff that has made it possible to organize this meeting. And then we will have a lunch in the intermediate plan. Thank you.